Line. Oh, this is line. Eh? Is the other not line then? No, it's line piece. Two add points. Why do I have only one? Yeah. Shit. Yeah, lifetime problems here. This object must be kept alive, otherwise it's erased again. And normally it would be kept alive by the fact that this member here is a shared pointer, and this object is not destroyed. The object that you pass. This one's plot point. But I made a mistake. I thought I could make a shared pointer of this one and then just skip that. So I use this thing as the shared pointer and then just kept that alive. But that won't work because this thing is supposed to contain coordinates in this yes coordinate system. While this is in the pixel coordinate system, which are pretty different. I think I should just keep the stuff alive inside this object. Because, well, if you do add point, that's indeed doubtful. I think you can only add plot points to this. I should go back to plot point here and then create a point in another namespace that takes point. So my points do a coordinate transformation. Yeah, so these two, I have a double X and Y. Do I need a point that has hi? No, it's not Kate. This is just new Vim. It seems I need to store X and Y twice. Once in one coordinate system and then also in the pixel coordinate system, just to keep it alive. Rather, store a shared pointer to an object, just like I did in the Cairo window itself. So if we look at draw object, this is arc. Let's just go to point, Bezier curve, Bezier fitter, circle, connector, line. Well, line is good enough. Line or point. So this stores the non-converted coordinates in the math line here. And it stores the plotted stuff in this object. And then keeps it alive. And this lives in namespace plot. It seems I have to redo like everything. Starting to think that maybe I should put all my new work into the Cairo window library, so I can use it directly. Yeah, not going to do that though. Well, not yet anyway. It feels more like a rewrite then, to do it really good. Otherwise it just gets messy. In other words, these add things are not that easy. Maybe I should comment all of them out as well. For now, just do not allow adding anything. I think that's what I'm going to do. Warning, non-void function does not return a value. Yeah, what is that even doing? And do I still need it? Yeah, I do need this, because this is needed for drawing the axis. So this takes a little line width of the axis and a geometry in pixel coordinates, well in my case. And then it fills, it actually returns something as well. Local, calculate something. And top left, change stuff. So it only returns something. Could be a static function. Why is it not static? It should return a plot area. It should return something that can be passed to the plot area. Plot area takes, yeah, the a geometry. That's not going to help. Oh, that must be in pixel coordinates then. So it just takes the geometry and then subtracts the margins from it. I don't need a whole function. I think I'm just gonna pass the rectangle directly to the... wait a minute, that won't work either. Shall... Ugh. This is not useful. Okay, well, I'm just gonna configure this thing with the window size, aka the area that you can draw in pixels. It is how it is. Which means that plot area, that's this thing, takes a Cairo window rectangle, which takes an XY width and a height. it compiles. They're just printable? Nah. You print? No. No. Just the only thing I want to do, just call this on the layer. But. It's too late. I'm going to need to have a range in my new namespace. Nope, does not make any sense. Yeah, something like this. That's not possible. Not sure I have a vector. I had some vector, I think. It's a Cairo window vector. I think that should do. That should fail on the multiplication. Error, undeclared pixels. Yeah, it must be CS. So this multiplication must fail. Undeclared identifier CS transform. Stupid. And another one here. Yep, now the multiplication fails. So I need to add the multiplying that new vector with a transform. I suppose that happens in transform or in vector. I can already multiply points. I think it's transform. Yeah, here we do the point multiplication, so and the size multiplication or not? Yeah, here. Well, put them all here. Why not? Guess translation vector. It's very close to what I just. This is not derived from math vector. It owns it. I can multiply this one. Yeah, I don't know. This is the name translation vector. It is from one origin to the other. It has special meaning. I think it's not the same as a vector inside a given. Well, actually, it is. We only have one coordinate system here, and then it's just a vector in that coordinate system, it seems. But yeah. So the vector is not this vector, but was derived from this vector. So it has constructors equal to the math vector. This one. And we can do from 2 points. Kind of weird, huh? Yeah. I feel I shouldn't allow that. I mean, creating a vector from 2 points, all nice and dandy, but then the points have to be of this coordinate system. Will you believe I forgot now? It was 2 from? What? From 2. Just, what? To find it again. Math vector from 2. Okay. If you say that, that makes sense. Oh, actually, yeah, no, of course. Starting point, end point. Yeah, in that order it makes sense. So I would say the first point is the origin. Oh, wait a minute. We cannot talk about origins here, or can we? Oh boy, that's not working. You can't transform. I can't transform a single vector. I can only transform points. Well, then delete it again, I would say. Undo, 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 undo. Oop. Remove the vector. Something. Yeah, I don't know. Here it is a unit something, but it's just a point on the x-axis. But which x-axis, right? I mean, it's the CS x-axis. I want to keep CS in it. Could do CS x x-axis. A. It compounds. That's not what I wanted to go. Yeah, not really. So this is the CS. CS stands for coordinate system, but I don't know which coordinate system it is, so I just call it CS. So some coordinate system. So now we're gonna have the CS x-axis direction. Is now what are we do? We have to call direction. Direction can be called on a line. I don't have a line. We just have to create a direction actually. This is a vector. A math vector has a direction. Yeah, what is not a vector, is it? I could create a vector from those 2 points, I guess, and then get the direction from that. But in the end, if I just have to create a direction, start over. Let's just use a constructor of the direction. Direction is a math direction. Yep. So you can feed the 2 points. Either that or feed the line piece. But that's also 2 points. I can just feed it 2 points. So from 2. Now, from is obviously this, and 2 is for the x-axis that. Will that compile? Because this direction only takes, so that was a math direction, so that takes 2 points, where this is inside math, so that's a math point. And these are points in pixel coordinates derived from Cairo window points, which is actually just a math point. So this will compile. What am I doing at this point? It's a point that the line has to go through, so that could be the origin. So you already have that. I mean, I do have an origin, and then the same thing, right? This point is derived from a math point, and that math point has pixel coordinates in it. So now I have to calculate a lot of stuff. Might well do that in a loop. Otherwise I get a lot of duplication. So instead of having 2 different variables here, I would rather have an array of Cairo direction. I think the number of axes exists. It's even part of current object coordinate system. So that then becomes C as axis direction. Which assumes, of course, that the x-axis is the first one. Well, that seems extremely logical choice. I would never do that the other way around. But it is true. X is 0 and y is 1. And now we're going to calculate a normal. And the x and the y coordinate over the normal, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Let's for int axis is x-axis. Axis is less than or equal y-axis. Plus plus axis. Let's see if that compiles so far. No viable conversion from point pixels to math direction. So wants to go straight to math direction instead of. Don't tell me I need to add another. I already have to. You keep adding braces until the compiler gets it. This is really one object. Chosen constructor is explicit in copy initialization. Oh, there's an explicit in front of it. Yeah, I'm trying to use point indeed. But it will only accept that if I add the type. Pretty annoying, but okay, if it wants to have that, we can do it. Yep, that works. And also x-axis and y-axis are known apparently. I find them a bit too annoying now. So let's add we're using here. There's only one direction. It sounds like a pop group. One Direction. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah. Oh. Which direction? Well, the direction from here, from this axis. Point X, and this point is then the point that it goes through. In other words, my origin in pixel coordinates. Oh, what is this? Oh, it's just, okay, that's calculate the intersection with probably this is just probably 0, 0, and then window width and window height. At least that I think that that's what it should be. I'm not feeling certain whatsoever that we set that as a range, and if it is the case, then I probably should just delete the range from the object if I did not already. Or I can call set range before we do this, but yeah, it's kind of lame, isn't it? Yeah, I could delete it and stuff, because currently this this range is just the window size, and then I can delete it, replace it with the window size, and then God forbid that in the end I have to add it back. Probably I should set the range first. We can set range, and I need to create a range, which is annoying. And Cairo window range. That would be this one. It's just min max. Okay, not that difficult. Yeah, so those values are done used here, 0, 0 window width and window height. And now I have an hyperplane and a hyperblock, and then we can calculate the intersections. This gives us 2 points. I mean, it is the intersection between a line and a rectangle. So either the line is outside the rectangle, in that case you don't have any intersection points, or the line goes through the rectangle, in which case you have exactly always 2 intersection points. So in the case that this, which in this case then means if the line is the line outside the window, then there are no intersection points. Yeah, in that case we can't draw that axis. Don't want to draw that axis. I'm not sure what to do yet, but let's right here do nothing and just go to the next axis. Otherwise, these are the points on the edge of the window. In pixel coordinates. And what we want to do with that is I need to know the length. I need to know. I need to know the length. Yeah, I think the total length is probably. I need to know the length in CS coordinates actually. And these are in pixels, obviously. And how can I get a length? I can get a length of, I don't know, but probably I'm calling something called length. How many length do we have? I have a length here. The length of a line. It's a line piece more like it. Yeah, so I could create this line here and then just, it's really a line piece, I think. It's a line from one point to another point. More like better would be to take a math line, I think. See if that exists as well. There's another length that is a slider track. Nope. Math line piece. At least now it has a proper name. We can get the line piece from 2 math points. And then we can get the length from that. So let's use that. So I need to create 2 math points. Seems to make seems to be the smartest thing to do here. Let's take a math point. Now let's call it P1 and P2. It's a point P1. Yeah, that's what we need. So actually I also need the points themselves because I have to draw them anyway. I think I'm just going to draw them. Copying plot was just a failure. So this is the visible length. I'm going to store directly in CS coordinates. Well, this is the length in pixels. So we need to divide this by the scale. Rotations and translations don't matter. In that, well, yeah. So I need to get the scale from my conversion. The scale is, if I still remember correctly, is that what you multiply with. If you go from, so if we go from CS to pixels, then the scale is defined as how to multiply that. Now we have pixels, so we have to divide by the scale. And beats me if I have a scale, but hopefully. That is a transform. Yeah, you have a scale here. Oh, wait a minute. Scale S? What? S? What do you mean S? Oh, if you call that, then you change the scale. Don't want to do that. This is what this is doing what I want. It depends on if it is inverted. Yeah. A good scale is size. I think that just scales two things at once. Maybe it should do that. Just use the width for the X, visible X, and the height for the visible Y. Haha, so dirty. Not this size, by the way. Arrowhead, this size. So I can create a size from width and height. We jump back and forth now between double and Q real. Also very dirty. So instead of storing two doubles like this, I'm just going to make this a size, I think. No, that's not that easy actually. Let's do the transform later then, as in the length, calculate the length that is visible of each CS axis in pixels. So it is pixels. Again, won't use that twice. What do we have? We have CS transform pixels, which is not what I want. Can I divide by it? I doubt it. Now, for now, I'll multiply with the inverse. Inverse, or is it invert? Matrix inverse, direction inverse, transform inverse. Yeah, we have an inverse. Okay, it is inverse. And then I copied all this code, didn't I? All the way up till here. Well, I didn't plot anything yet. Let's also plot the lines. And hey, we have we can run it again and we see something. Yeah, it would be nice. So I want to make a line. This is not what I wanted. I don't know what this is doing. I had other code. Well, forget about it then. I'll just figure it out. Delete, 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 delete. So somewhere inside this loop, we have the exact line that we want to draw. So might as well do that. And that's in the constructor already. Oh, right, yeah. Actually, I did it in display. this here display. This draws it. Draw plot area. So totally different. This set the range. Yeah, no, I don't think so. We do that now in the constructor. This is also not nothing. Do I have another display? Yep, here. This is probably more like it. Yeah, here the draw the X and Y axis. Gonna want to copy this then. It's kind of the same thing. You have 3 points, the origin, and then the 1,0 point and the 0,1 point. Get directions. And then draw a line through the origin in that direction. Hello, Georgie. Which field? I'm doing coordinate transformations now, so linear algebra, I guess. It's really simple, but you have to invest a few weeks playing with it, or maybe just 1 week if you're smart enough. No, several weeks. Just it's yeah, but. Hey, I'm going to make it easy. I'm going to make this program is to draw pictures, graphs, with lots of lines in it, and then I'll type some text with it, and then everyone reading that will say, "Oh, now I get it." That's the objective. Yeah, the code is pretty cool as well. Just have points and lines and stuff tagged with which coordinate system they are. Tagged as a template parameter with an enum. This is an enum, so for every enum member you have a different coordinate system. But that's just type safety, doesn't do anything else. Do we still have a lines vector? Yep. So I need to create a standard shared point. Wait a minute, this is in draw grid. It's not totally not what I want. What? Did I delete it then? Yeah, I think I deleted it. See, I can't even use plot area. I think I put the plot area in there. Because the plot area does have... nothing. Also doesn't have it. Forget the plot area. I just don't think I can use that. It really sucks, though. Cannot reuse my code. Nobody knows what this is then. Still derived from. Well, it's all commented out. Delete this and then find. Well, I don't want to have a plot area style, but I do need a style for the lines. I kind of do want a plot area style because that has nobody knows what it has. It has an axis color and line width and grid style. I'm not going to draw a grid though. The grid style, color, also line width. I don't even need that. So I do really just this, which is actually just a line style. So I could pass a line style and then draw my axis with that. Let's do that. Call this the axis style or whatever. Totally have to store that somewhere. Line style, axis style. Don't have a plot area. I'm just going to store axis style. In, well, axis style, right? It is a line style, okay. Might also, yeah, definitely need the text style as well, because of course you want to add the numbers for every tick mark. Now let me fix all the compile errors first. What is this? Error, use of undeclared identifier intersections. Intersections is defined in Cairo window intersections. Probably need to include that then. Oops. Include. What the hell is that? Line extend. I bet it's commented out. What? It's commented out. Don't need this. Don't need this. Should delete this. Die. This is undeclared identifier. Now I keep doing that. CS. Error, use of undeclared identifier lines. Okay, I need to add the lines back. I suppose that then is... Guess I used to have a display line which returned something. It's probably in Git still. Let's use let's have a look in Git. This is gone probably. Yeah, it's totally gone. I don't have that. Actually, we have it like this. It might also be very useful. That line then is draw line, yeah. Okay, window draw line. That makes super full sense. Oops. Yeah, I have my own line, so let's do like here. I'm gonna have to call this draw line, but I can't use that, so I'll just have to use the full thing. Carry window draw. I bet it's 2 words. In English, everything is 2 words. Yeah, it's one word. Color is unknown. Cairo window color. Yeah. Can you just do this, or is it? It's just that it works, right? What? It's a type. I'm not sure. No. Cannot refer to a namespace. It's a namespace. Yeah, I can't do that. Can also not make an abbreviation, I think, inside a function. As I do this, and I have to remove color completely. Which I don't want to. I just want to drag in color here. How the hell can I do that? This is not working, is it? That's confusing. It's not complaining about my line, but still doesn't know that this color is Cairo window color. After doing that. No, it worked. It's undeclared identify origin. So in order to be able to do this, I would need to store origin and both directions. Or 2 points, but then I store secretly the origin twice. Guess I'll just store the origin. And that must be origin in pixels. So CS origin pixels, this thing. Okay, let's do that. And the directions like this. These are also in pixels. Probably tag pixels to it and feel I'm missing something. Oh boy, I should delete all this. Don't think I'll ever add it. Well, pixels is kind of an acronym now. I use pixels here, and then I mean pixels coordinate system. So do I also have to add that here then? Can I just say in pixels? And this is also implied, I think. The origin, this is coordinate system. Therefore, the origin must be the origin of that coordinate system. Let's keep it short in this case. And then here, I want to assign it. And then here I could do, well, each separately. I just have to store this array as well as a member. Yeah, it's hardly in pixels, it's really pixel coordinate system. No, forget it. Pixels, period. Maybe CS pixels then. Coordinate system pixels. And then we can initialize that thing here. I'm just gonna do this separately now. So x-axis. I had that feeling. Yeah. Do 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 do. I think that's the last missing thing here. And there it is. That's a big function. Oh, ridiculous, actually. That's just doing the whole calculation again. Okay, this thing gets a layer, the style, and a math line. And then nobody knows which coordinate system this line is in. Gets the direction, get the point that the line goes through. And this seems to work for every line. My lines are defined as a point and a direction, so yeah. But we have all those calculations already. So in the end, we just need to do this. And then this, actually. These two lines are missing. Hi, Koto. Yeah. 492. Let's see here. Oh yeah, it does work. I'm working on it. Arduino draw line. Shared pointer. Yeah, create that thing. So this must be put in line instead of result. Lines. And place it back. Nothing more than before. Less, actually. What have you been doing today? Good question. I've been trying to use reuse code from Cairo window, most notably plot, but it just failed. So now I'm back to drawing everything myself. Very soon now I will be able to draw the same thing again. And then the difference is that I have also the length of the pieces of the axis that I show. And I need that to calculate how many tick marks are being used. And I'm gonna draw the tick marks, well, myself, I guess. X1, Y1, X2, Y2, those things, what do they have to be? They must be pixel coordinates, and the first one is just the origin dot X. Dot Y. And the second one is the origin plus a direction. No, 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 nope. I need the intersection points. I need these 2 points. Also have to store those then. Ouch. Let's sort a line piece here. Can I make a math line piece? That's annoying though. Can I not make a line piece with coordinate system? It's not really necessary, but line 478. Yeah, it's a. Oh, you call that a line segment? Oh shit! I have to rename everything again. Is line piece not a good word? Four, 7, 8. In Dutch we say lijnstuk. A stuk is a piece. I might have translated it literally from Dutch. I'm not sure. But now you say line segment, yeah, that does ring a bell. Yeah, then I'll have to rename that. But that breaks the API. You think anyone in the world is using this? Probably not. I can just rename it. I picture all those ex-CEOs of broken, bankrupt companies sitting at a table in a cafe, in a bar, telling each other, you thought Y2K was something serious. I started to use Carlo Wood software. Yeah, it sounds like that, doesn't it? And then I drank it. It was water, sorry. Okay, first time I wish I had a webcam so I could show you that how my can of water looks like. It's okay, I'm getting distracted here. Now you tempt me to one of the days. And then you go like, Carlo, it does sound a little different. No, I'm very seriously. It's not my thing. I will definitely not do that. What is this? Draw the X. Why am I so confused now? What was my last change? I need to do this, where I need 2 different points, and I just made an array of 2 points. And the array was called 497. Oh, there it is, I think. Yeah, line piece, axis. Uh-huh. And you're gonna tell me that was close where I live. Come visit me if you ever come close here. You're totally welcome. But that would be in somewhere in the Netherlands. Int. Let's say axis is x-axis and so on. We can just copy that here. Yes, I live in the Netherlands. Since line stores yeah, nah. No, never mind. Do I have line style here? No, I don't. What is line style called? Access style. Use of undeclared identify line piece. No member named X in math line piece. That oh yeah, it's not the origin. So I saw my brother today. Again, it doesn't happen super often, maybe once every 2 months or so. So he visits my dad, and then I come too. And it's really, I don't know the word, but striking, I guess. We always have so much fun. It's almost non-stop laughing. The humor, it's like, I don't know. I only had that in Second Life and with my family, my brother in particular. Why is it that there is only so few people in the world that have the same sense of humor? Apparently, that we are non-stop joking and laughing while we're together. While I'm sitting here, I'm hardly making any joke. Well, maybe also because that's in English, and it's even though I speak English a lot, it's still incredibly much harder to make funny jokes in English for me than it is to make them in Dutch, I guess. For example, we were playing a card game called Pesten in Dutch. I don't know if that exists even in English, so look it up. Yeah, I don't think so. Well, okay, Pesten is bully, yeah, but it's a card game. Pesten card game. The card game Pesten, a Dutch version of Crazy 8 or Mau Mau. The bullying card game. Oh, really? It's the same thing. Yeah, and then it wasn't that game actually. We played another game. That is Lachbritschen. They call it tricks they can win. The point is, if it is called call break, okay, so yeah, you get a number of cards starting with 1, and then the next round 2, and next round 3, and every time you have to say out loud how many tricks apparently you are going to make. And then it's not allowed to have all the numbers that people mention added up be equal to the number of cards that you have in your hand. So there is always at least one person that fails. And the last person is not allowed to say that amount, so that adds up. In Dutch, we call tricks slagen. So I say, I think I'll get 3 slagen. No. And it was near a church clock. And a church clock, when a church clock rings, so it was 5 o'clock, and then the clock was going bang, bang, bang. And each bang is called, in Dutch, a slag. So we had, the clock was beating 5 slagen, yeah? Exactly the same word as the number. And my brother was thinking about how many slagen he was make. So I said to him, well, you hear it, 5 slagen. So that was totally, I mean, there's no way you can translate that kind of thing in English. And that's only one remark. We do that like non-stop. So I couldn't do that in English, I think. Actually, I did make a joke a few seconds ago, or a few minutes ago, that is in the same style. But yeah, nobody typed ha ha ha. Sorry. Maybe you laughed, maybe you didn't, I don't know. The thing with my brother probably is that he then keeps a very serious face and then continues the idea. So what I said was, because I was about to rename the line piece to a line segment, and I said, well, is anyone in the world using my stuff? Want this is API breaking, ABI breaking, blah, blah, let's rename it anyway. And then in my head, I envisioned literally those ex-CEOs sitting in a bar complaining about that, Y2K has been nothing. I mean, we were using Colorwood software. Now, once every 2,000 years? No, it's more like every week. Breakage of the software. And then with my brother, I would just have to tell him that halfway, and then he would finish it, and adding something else that I had not thought of. That is also funny. And then we are both laughing like crazy because it's super funny. I'll tell you what happened. For example, we were playing cards, and then suddenly a tiny spider was running over the table. It was really running fast, and the spider was like 4 millimeters, really small. And then it stopped. And then my brother took out his phone. So I immediately guessed that he had an app where you can make a picture of an animal or an insect, and then the app will tell you what it is. So I pictured in my head that he would make a picture of this spider, and then he would jump up, throwing his chair backwards, and dive over the wall, or the low wall there, leaving us alone. Deadly situation. Well, anyway, he made a picture, and the spider. I was betting like the app is probably not going to guess it, because the spider had his 4 legs wrapped around each other, tight. So it looked like it only had 6 legs. So I thought the app is never going to recognize a spider like this. But the app said it is a running spider. Seriously, the insect wasn't even moving at the moment. Okay, and then the what is over in English? Garçon, the person that you order with, he came with our coffee, and he was about to place my coffee on top of this tiny spider. So I really super fast grabbed what is it called? The schoteltje. God, if it is not about programming, I don't know any English words. What is a schoteltje? Yeah, the waiter. Yeah. Schotel. I know schotel in English. It's I just never use it, so there forget it again. Dish, yeah, schoteltje, saucer. So it was like, I mean, it wasn't hoovering, it was just, putting down the coffee. But like 3 centimeters from the table, I grabbed the saucer and stopped him from putting it down. And he said, stop. And he let go, and I put the saucer somewhere else and said, look, there's a spider here. And then the waiter apparently thought that I was afraid of the spider. I have no idea why he was thinking that, because it was a really, really, really tiny spider. And why would I stop him from putting down the saucer on top of the spider? If I was afraid of it. I mean, maybe I was afraid that the spider would climb onto my coffee or something like that. I don't know. Anyway, so he did that. I put it away. No, I took the saucer and I put it somewhere else, and I pointed out there's a spider there. And then the waiter immediately wiped the spider off the table. because he was thinking I was afraid of it. And my brother then instantly had to think about this joke, where well, it's a long joke, but he started telling it. So the joke is that someone is sentenced to jail. What is the word? Solitary imprisonment, so for 10 years. So this guy is locked up and he will not see anyone for 10 years. But in his cell, there was a fly. And out of loneliness, he started to talk to the fly, and then he started to teach it tricks. And eventually he could make the fly sit on his shoulder and make loops if he wanted to. And they became really good friends. And he had taught the fly so many tricks that by the time that he got out of jail, he was going to make lots of money with his friend the fly. So he took the fly on his shoulder to a restaurant when he got out, because he wanted to celebrate that he got out of jail, obviously. And I put the fly next to him on the table, and then he called the waiter to order, and the waiter came, and the waiter did. Sorry, there was a fly there. Yeah. So we embarrassed this waiter a lot. And he started to say, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry." And so blah blah blah. He excused himself, but he didn't kill the spider. So he just wiped it off the table. Yeah, we both are very good at embarrassing waiters, usually. If we go to a restaurant and one of the cases, we were at a restaurant and he had a waiter, and he made jokes, so the waiter was a little bit embarrassed, or just, we are so weird guys that that things happen that it's, they don't know what to do. They don't see that every day, as it were. And then we get, they get your order, and then another waiter comes bring it, and then another waiter comes ask if everything is okay, and then every time he had a different waiter. So we started to make huge fun over the idea that because every waiter we embarrassed, that now in the kitchen they were drawing the short straw who had to go to our table. So the next waiter came, and then we said, "Oh, so you lost." Stuff like that. It's just too funny. Okay, back to coding. I should see my brother more often. It's always funny. Okay, I really don't know what I was doing now. No matching constructor initialization of draw coordinate system. I think I have to swap them. No, magic constructor installation of line style. La 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 la. My God, cannot not say this in one sentence. I think it barfs on the fact that I changed the order. Oh, it's line color. So color is first. Line color, line width. Whoa, Kataro, dat je dat nog mee mag maken. And I don't know how to say that in English. It's just sad. Maybe that's the reason that I can't make jokes during my stream. The English is just not suited for making jokes. We are going to draw graphics. Yes, this stream. It's amazing. I hope anyway. With a bit of luck, it's gonna look exactly the same as the last time. That would be such a victory. Close. I think it's that if you think a square here, then I think it actually worked. Yeah. So we do have the x and y coordinates again, but the rectangle is no longer there. I think I just commented it out. Yeah, here, commented out. So how to bring this one back then? Display the object size centered. The top left in the origin of the painter coordinate system. Object 1, make shared. Yeah, well, there's not much change there then, because with plot I would have to add that probably as a rectangle to the plot, but I abandoned that idea. So now it's just adding it back like this. There's no reason why this should not work. Why did I even comment it out? Because it doesn't compile. Okay, interesting. The variable constructor or deduction guide for deduction of template arguments of rectangle. Oh, I added rectangle. Sorry. Yeah. So a shape can be created from a rectangle. So I don't have a rectangle, I only have shapes. What the hell? That's weird. Of course I have rectangles. Rectangle. Here in a rectangle. I need a rectangle in draw, I think. Plot rectangle. Drum ruffle. Draw. Rectangle. Well, it exists. I can also find it. Here it is. So there is a draw rectangle. Why would I not use that then? I don't see a reason not a rectangle. Parms. What is this? What is this? Rectangle. Do we have a rectangle style? You have a rectangle style, though nobody knows where that comes from because stupid C tags can't jump to it. You have to jump to the draw rectangle and then the style is above it, yeah. It simply derives from line, so it's just a line. There's no members of its own. The default line width is, I don't know, what is the default line width of line? Too many lines. Oh, here it is. Line width 2. Wow, that's a lot. Yeah, okay. Let's use 2 and see how that looks. And then the constructor of a rectangle, the draw rectangle, it's gonna be that, right? XY with height. But so this one. Yeah, I think that's pretty annoying that I can only pass doubles here. Because I would like to use a function. So I need a single argument. I could make it a tuple. Or I could allow to pass a chiral rectangle or a math rectangle if I have that. The chiral rectangle is actually just a wrapper around the chiral rectangle. The plot rectangle is can be created from an no. Not really. Okay, a window rectangle. I need Oh, my voice is broken. Oh, fuck. Well, actually, that shouldn't do anything. And if I want to hear how my voice sounds, then I have to plug this into here. No, it's a monitor again. Oh, wait a minute. I have to plug that in here. Should disconnect this. Testing 1. Testing 1, 2. I don't know. Is it sounding weird? Oh, nothing wrong. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I find it sounding weird as well, but stupid thing makes all the time connections that I don't want. The problem I have with this is that I want to automate everything. Oh, I wasn't aware. So I want to pause this because I have to, and I want to pause this and this. And then it should completely automatically create the object that I need. What is a good function name for that? Might as well add that. So some function name, layer, origin centered, object size centered, and rectangle style. Now, it probably should have the word draw in it. And this is drawing a rectangle. Draw a rectangle. What do you think? Is this a good, or add rectangle maybe? Add rectangle to layer. Before I had an object that I could add it to, add stuff to. No, layer is not taking ownership. So I need to have an object that, well, I can return the object then. So like auto object 1. And that is then a rectangle. No, it's not in place, I think. Of course, it's create. This is now object 1 is now a standard shared pointer to a Cairo window draw rectangle. And because it's a shared pointer, if you destruct object 1 again, then it is erased. And if you don't, then it keeps showing. Now the word rectangle is kind of a given, because otherwise you can't pass these two. Or that style for that matter. Or could show display. Before it was draw, I can do draw, but it doesn't really draw. Actually, it does draw. Of course it does draw. it calls layer draw, and I renamed draw to painter, so yeah, we can use draw now. I think I'm gonna use draw rectangle. However, I could also just remove rectangle, and then I know that it is a rectangle because you pass the rectangle style. So the word rectangle is a bit double. I'm not happy with making a free function here. No, 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 no. I think it's just draw or maybe display or something, but definitely not the layered rectangle. Maybe draw object. I still feel like making it decide itself what it will do based on the stuff that you pass. Okay, what's the layer? How is the layer? What is the type of the layer that I have? Auto layer, create background layer. It's an intrusive pointer. Yeah, I think it is an intrusive pointer, isn't it? Intrusive pointer layer. Yeah, I can call it full. I totally feel 13 again. Yeah, with the style in the back, I mean, this would be arcs. So the style would be, I could put the style up front and then an arbitrary number of arguments. and then pass those arguments to the rectangle, but this gets a bit complex because I also have to pass a transform now. That's a good question. That is a good question. Let me try to find that back. To draw on layer. No, apparently not. Yeah, so it can't be that. I'll just pass just increment the reference count then. Is it const actually? I mean, the intrusive pointer is const, but is the layer const? I think, actually, I don't think the layer is const. The const applies to the intrusive pointer. So it would depend on how intrusive pointer is implemented. I don't know. Well, I'm gonna try const reference anyway. The annoying thing is that I can deduce the type, but I don't have the transform. I think that what I need is some kind of database and that stores all transforms between every coordinate system. As soon as you make a new one, it remembers that. If you get what I mean. But hey, for now we'll just pass it. Let's not make it a template at the moment. But I do have to pass it to transform then. So I have it. I need a transform, and this transform is from center 2 pixels. That's what the one that I need. That would be nice. And then I want the type of this thing and the type of that thing. And then finally we get a rectangle style. So the transform is thus from centered to pixels. And painted origin centered is, what is painted origin? That must be a point. Just as we can no longer be friends. I'm only friends with people who use East const. Didn't you read my my webpage on that? Understanding const qualifier, it's called. Yeah, it's logic, pure logic. I even had an email exchange with Bjorn Stroestrup about it. And he said he didn't really think about it. He had, when he started to create C++, in a very, 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 very early stage, he had, he called it read-only. So he called his types that were now const, he called them read-only int. There did not exist references or pointers even at that point, I think, or maybe pointers, but he said, well, I just thought that it read-only, I mean, yeah, it looks more like English, a read-only float. So that's why the read-only came first. And then later, when he introduced const, he just did a search and replace. So all the read-onlys became const. And that's what he got const float. Now, no longer really that much English, but still. And then only after, I don't know, things got evolved. And then eventually all the bloody type qualifiers work from the right to the left. Every time qualifier influences everything on the left. Always. Except that const. If you put the const on the wrong side, on the left side, then it works on the type immediately on the right, but not everything, just the first thing. It makes no sense. So I'm just doing the easy thing. So you have some type. If the type is not const, make type const. Now the type is const. If I have type pointer, that's also a type. Const. Now the pointer is const. This const works on everything that there. So this is const. This is const. Everything on that side. Like that. This pointer is const. You have to read this. You have to read types from left to right. From right to left, I mean. This is a const pointer to a pointer to a pointer to a const type. So start reading it from right to left, and you will suddenly want to put the const on this side, because now it is a const type. That's how you have to read it. Why would you have to? Why would you read this as const type? You have to read every type from right to left. So this is a type const. If you read it the right way, it's just an exception. I don't like exceptions. I mean, not in logic. That it's not logic. Nonsense. I've coded with const on the West const, the way you write it, for decades. And then I thought about it, and I put it on the left, and it was sold instantly. Within a week, I was used to it, and I never want to go back. Which, in my opinion, proves that it is better. If you make a style change and in no time you get used to it, and you have to feeling like, oh my god, this is so much better and I don't want to go back, while you having used the other style for a very long time, then the new style is better. I understand the argument that someone who is used to something and then doesn't want to change it. But if you do change it, and you immediately fall in love with it and you don't want to go back, then clearly it's better. So I think you should just try it. I have no idea what I was doing now. I think I found this type here. Me and Eastconst. Eastconst and me. We know each other. We sleep together. It was love at first sight. Okay. I went as far as writing a patch for the compiler. Seriously. I wrote a patch for GNU GCC or G++, so that they would print Eastcons in the error messages. And they refused to apply it. I was heartbroken. Some people are so stupid. I think that those C++ compiler figures, they are really C coders. In C, it's, yeah, I mean, it's a done deal. That's Westconst. But in C++, really, no way. If I had a company and would hiring C++ coders, I would really not care about how good someone is. If I glance over the shoulder during a little test during the interview, and I had to write some code, and they write Westconst. I'm not going to pretend that that we'll call them back. I'm just going to say, Westconst, this interview is over. There is the door. Traditions. Ugh. The type is there. Of course, the type is the first thing that I paste. I want this. This is clear. I mean, this is important. That the type is a point of the coordinate system centered. And now I think about it. Do I want to pass it by value? Do I want to pass it by const reference? I'm not going to pass it by reference. That's insane. All right? That never happens. You don't want to change the parameter like that. I mean, that's a really dirty exception to just have a reference. No, either you pass by value or you pass by const reference. Yep. And yeah, I think that in this case I want to pass it by const reference. So that was a pointer. Yeah, before I kick you. I'm just kidding. No, really, seriously. We better not talk about this again. I'll pretend this never happened. Did you notice that I deleted the whole Discord server? Don't tell me you are a ninja, because I know you as Kotaro. But the only guy that I talked about about deleting my Discord server is Ninja. I was kind of surprised at some point that you never mentioned it. Carlo, where's the Discord server? Yeah, no. I think his name is Ninja on YouTube. On Discord, he called himself. So I'm lost order, but Carlo Woods #1 fan or something like that. I asked him 5 times to change that because it was a bit embarrassing. And he didn't want to. Oh, what? I cracked my back. Is that what you heard? I bent backwards until it shifted. I don't hear anything. I have headphones on and anti-sound Bose A20. I don't hear anything. Auto-object. Yeah, I'm very seriously slowing down here, so I think I should stop very quickly. As soon as this function works, and I'm done for today. So let's go here, window draw rectangle, and then what the hell do we have to pass here? So this takes like x1, y1, x2, y2 coordinates, and a rectangle style, I think. We are enemies. Why? X1. Jesus, I'm continuously pressing the wrong keys. Pixels, X. I use spaces. Be more clear, please. Of course I use spaces. I don't use tabs. Yeah. Oh, those tabs. I thought you were mentioning those. No, no, tabs are evil. I mean, no, really. I mean, I don't know. How old are you again? Certain things take a few decades before you figure it out. Eventually, you will understand that you, God, should not use tabs in your source code. This is not how it works, right? Because I don't have a width. I have something that has rotated something. We need to do this per point. Why is that called an origin anyway? An object size centered. Okay. I'm gonna call it 0.2 pixels x. But then I might as well use that in the function call. So yeah, I need 2 points. So let's say a point. I mean, I have this one already that is centered. So I make a point pixels. Sorry, CS pixels. Hello, Jim. Does this make sense? I have my origin and I have a size, and that makes sense because this size represents the size of a rectangle, and the rectangle is not rotated in the centered coordinate system. So this is, say, the top left, and then this is the bottom right. Gives me the bottom right by adding that. Maybe I should call this, actually it is the top left. I might as well call this top left. Or I could call this top left. I'm drawing a rectangle, so why would I call it origin here? It's nonsense. I'm trying to draw a rectangle in the painter origin, but once inside this function, it's simply the top left. But in centered coordinates, that's also ridiculous, of course. Let's see. Let's call this top left. And then this is the rectangle size. I just call it size. The size of the rectangle in centered coordinates. So instead of this origin here, I can use top left. And the P2 is then bottom right. And then we have to recognize that this does not cause me to type less, so I might as well do it like this. Yeah, it's kind of nonsense. So I have the top left centered coordinates and the size, so we add that to it. Actually, I call that size. Top left centered plus size centered gives me the bottom right centered. And then we convert that by multiplying it with the transform from center to pixels. So now they are pixel in pixels. And those can then be used to actually draw stuff. Yeah. Okay. No, don't know. Empty lines. Nah. And then the whole centered is a bit nonsense, so let's make it a template anyway. Now you can draw it from any coordinate system, 2 pixels, provided of course that this transform is indeed from whatever CS is 2 pixels. Centered. Holy lots of centers. Substitute centered with CS. And I'm not sure. No, I don't think I can add this. The addition is not coded yet. But obviously that makes absolutely sense. Draw rectangle style. Yeah. No. Cairo window draw rectangle style. How? Yeah, draw here. Draw is existing, I suppose. Draw rectangle style. Although, no, it's not. Huh? Oh, I put that inside namespace draw. Oh, that's lame. Nah. Yeah, well, yeah. Nah. Did I put a rectangle in there as well? Only the styles and plot area, which I'm not using. Actually, I'm not using anything from this. I'm using plot area with the number of axes. What else is this? I still need to do stuff there, yeah, but yeah, wait a minute. For example, line style might be used. Yeah, arc style is like totally not used. Maybe I should just not. I don't know. Let's comment everything out that I'm not using at the moment. I should not be using this. And then the question is, am I using line style? Probably, totally. Line style. Totally, line style, yeah. But point style? Now that's a whole different question. No, that's all commented out. And then rectangle style. Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm not using that. And text style is also not used at the moment. But eventually, but not now. So, which that means that this must be really Cairo window rectangle style. This draw corners. Oh, that's my own namespace. Yeah, this should be line style now. Already have a line style. requires 5 arguments. I didn't pass the transform. So I need for this from 2 pixels. And we are talking about centered in this case. And that was the second one. So I need centered transform pixels. Do I have that? Yeah, I have that. Okay. And now we have the operator plus that was not defined. Finally. So I want to add point and size somewhere. Well, which one? Never know which header that goes into then. Point or size? I'm gonna put it in point, I think. It means that now suddenly point must include size. So painful. But probably not a problem. And then we can define, yeah, point plus size returns a point. So that really belongs in here. Feels like it's static object. No, I'm gonna do a member function. So by value, operator plus size const return, and then I don't think I have a copy constructor, but now actually I really want a copy constructor. No, do I want a copy constructor? Nah, let's just return x and y coordinates. To the Cairo, basically, what? Yeah, no, never mind. Cairo and no point is probably math point. Totally math point. Math point absolutely is able to add stuff. Plus, it can add a vector. Now let's just redo this. I don't have a CXX. Yeah, I did put it on the left, but QT put it on the right, so then I changed it to match QT. Because this is in order to explain how QT works, and I think that it would be extremely confusing to use the normal mathematics way with column vectors and then to explain QT, while QT works with row vectors. So this way it really matches how Qt works, which is, I think, yeah, better if you want to explain how Qt works. Hey, it compiles. Now, what do you think? Crash, or does it draw nothing, or does it just work? It just works. Cool. Yeah, it would be nice to have a little rotation as well now, because so it does calculate these points, these 4 points on the edge of the window, and then draw the line between those points. That those are intersection points with the rectangle. And the idea is then, of course, that if I rotate, have this a little bit rotated, and it calculates them still correctly. So I'll draw it again. I have now 3 coordinate systems. So we have centered, which is the center of the window. So here is a coordinate system. This is the painter coordinate system, and then we have the pixels coordinate system, which is the origin here. So there's the y-axis and the x-axis. And then I think I convert painter to centered, and then centered to windows. So I can put the rotation anywhere I want. Let's see what's the most convenient. This is the whole program. Haha. So this is between centered and pixels. I feel more like putting it between so between painter and centered. That's currently only a translate. This is a translate and a scale, and here I only have a translate. So let's put a rotate here. I think that the order, I'm not sure the order matters. Well, here it's also like the order matters, yeah, I think. And then here you would say, well, then it's first scaled and then translated, and that's correct. Although you would expect it the other way or something like that. I'm gonna put rotate at the end. I wanted to rotate around, I don't know. It would be nice if that was easy to understand now, wouldn't it? And I don't have a rotate. Oh. Gotta be kidding me. Transform. This translate and scale. Yeah, no, I have to add a rotate then. I think that works in degrees, where it's called alpha, but it is degrees. Well, Qt calls it alpha, I think. Let's see if that works. Otherwise, I'll have to look it up. Is that using a reel as well? Probably. Okay, I'll look it up immediately. Transform, rotate. Control F, rotate. Rotate. Loads and loads of radians. Okay, so if we use this one, then you have to pass an axis. And okay, I guess that makes sense. You can say, hey, rotate this, man. But yeah, let's click on this. Distance to plane. Are they gonna go three-dimensional on me? Oh yeah, this one is makes sense. So the default is you rotate it around the z-axis, and then it's probably rotating around the transform point, whatever that was, which I never set. It's probably the origin then. The origin of the thing that it translates to or from. Nobody knows. Maybe they say it. It rotates the coordinate system counterclockwise by the given angle A about the specified axis at a distance 1000 from the screen. What? And returns a reference to the matrix. Note that if you apply a Q transform to a point defined in widget coordinates, the direction of the rotation will be clockwise because the y-axis points downwards. The angle is specified in degrees. This is an overloaded function, and yeah, it's super vague. They don't tell me which coordinate system we rotate in. But it should compile, so I added rotate here. And it's in degrees. Let's rotate 30 degrees. Rotate. Oh. Looks like it rotated it clockwise, so that makes sense. And it rotated it very clearly around the origin of the painter coordinate system, because this is the origin of the painter coordinate system. So let's see if I can make sense of that, and then so this is the transformation from painter to centered. So the rotate happens first. So you have to read these from right to left apparently. So we are in the painter coordinate system, and then we rotated 30 degrees. And then we translated -1/2 times the object size centered. So that would be in that direction. From the centered to painted, that doesn't make any sense. Why is this negative? It could also be that it rotates around the origin of the centered coordinate system and then is translated. So either it's first translated and my God, why is this not understandable? I'm actually printing the thing. Maybe that shines a light on it. Now, someone help me. How can I see which happens first? The rotate or the translate? I mean, it's clearly that it is rotated around the origin of the painter coordinate system, but yeah, I mean, is there let's see what happens if we just switch it. So let's do the rotate first and then see how that looks like. Exactly the same. I think I start to understand why I was confused. I couldn't figure out which one happened first, because it doesn't matter. Nah. Seriously? I get the rotation and scaling, that doesn't matter which one you do first. But it does matter, scaling and translation, that makes a difference. Rotating and translating doesn't matter either. I guess not. How about rotating and scaling? No, it just said that. That is totally commutative. Translating, it should matter, man. This should matter. Yeah, what I want to see is that, say, if I don't rotate it, it's just like this, yeah? So if I rotate it around this point after translation, then the coordinates axis would have been like there. It would have been here. Why is that not happening in one of the two cases? It's always different. This one is the same. Or maybe here I added a rotation. There was 30-degree rotation, I think. Oh, but it is different. The rotation is, yeah, totally different. So why do I not see that then? scale / rotation is this area here, and this is the translation. And the translation is different. So this one is translated by this amount, which is the amount that I want. That is the distance from here to there. But this is in a certain coordinate system. But it must be the same coordinate system. Let's see, this is from painter to centered, meaning that you multiply this with a row vector in painter coordinates from the left side, which means that this column is multiplied by that, and it means that you end with adding, well, subtracting then, but adding this to x and that to. So you first rotate and then translate with this amount. But then we are in painter, okay, we are in painter coordinate, and then we rotate, and then we translate here. Oh, it goes from painter to centered, but I'm drawing the painter thing. It is very surprising that this does not have a that this does not make a difference. Very, very, very surprising. I guess, yeah, maybe it's no longer centered. You know, what I said was, if you rotate it, if you first translate it and then rotate it around this point, then it comes there. Now what if that happens, but the box is still drawn with the top left in this center here, no matter where it ends up? That would mean that the center of my rectangle is no longer in the center of the window. And to be honest, it might be the case. Maybe I should use 45 degrees to make it a little bit more clear. See, in this case, this doesn't look good. But maybe the difference between 0.44 and 0.4 is just 10%. It's very hard to see. So I think that this is indeed wrong, but it's probably better visible if we just rotate the whole thing 45 degrees. Oh yeah, very clear now. This one is not centered. That is the trick. So I use the painter coordinate system, that is the red axis, to define the rectangle. The top left is just in that coordinate here, in the origin of the red coordinate system. This should always be centered. And then the coordinate system is the one that changes. This is the way it is coded. So in any way, then the correct way to do it, and it does make a difference, is to put the rotate on that side. So if now I make this 45, then it's gonna show that that's still centered. Rectangle. Please be centered. Yes. So this now stays where it is. And this is the painter coordinate thing. And it doesn't make any sense whatsoever, seriously. I'm painting, namely, this is painter, right? That's what I said, yeah. Well, this is centered. So I define it. I define my rectangle relative to center. But I'm painting it in the painter coordinate system. How can I draw a rectangle? I can't draw a rectangle that's rotated in the painter system. The rectangle should always be aligned with the painter coordinate system if I actually draw a rectangle in the painter coordinate system. So I think that the rectangle should have been rotated as well. It should have been look like this. Centered in the center, but rotated. But no, that's not possible because the top left must be here. Yeah, well, that is the whole idea. I want to... I mean, the ideas, and that is the final explanation, basically. I just don't understand it myself now. That the object is the object. The object is a given. And then we are going to have a lot of coordinate systems. So you have a cross here, and a cross there, and a cross here. And those are the coordinate systems. And the object is just where it is. The object doesn't care about the coordinate systems. But this is a special coordinate system. This is the coordinate system during which I draw my rectangle. And it's just impossible to draw a rotated rectangle. Well, at least not until I change the painter. I mean, the painter is now the coordinate. Well, actually... yeah, there is a difference between the item coordinate system. So the item coordinate system is the current transformation matrix at the moment that you enter the painter function. And then you can change the painter matrix. So then there is a difference between the item coordinate system and the painter coordinate system. But you still paint in the painter coordinate system. So I can rotate my item, but it will never, if you draw a rectangle, it will never be rotated relative to the painter coordinate system. I don't even have an item coordinate system yet, because it's supposed to be the same anyway as the painter one. So there is a problem here that my rectangle is rotated relative to the painter coordinate system. That should not be possible. So the centered one is just a translate. There's a translation of half the window size. Oh, and a scale actually. Scale of the half the window height. And that is the centered coordinate system has the origin in the center of the window, and it runs from -1 to +1 vertically. I'm not drawing that one yet. We can add it as well, because no, everything is plugged in for to draw any coordinate system. So let's just make coordinate system for the centered coordinate system. Let's make that one blue or something, or green. Okay, do I have this one? Centered transform pixels, yep. So the green one is the centered coordinate system. It looks like the rectangle is defined relative to the centered coordinate system. But it also looks like I only define points. I think I define this point and then I draw lines instead of drawing a rectangle, so I'm a bit cheating. It's not really a rectangle, I think. It's just 4 lines. And then it is possible, obviously. Yeah, but that's not how it should be. That should not be able. I should not be able to do what I do. That is. I am drawing, or is it draw here? Draw a rectangle. Yeah, I'm drawing the rectangle using centered coordinates. So that's per definition not possible. Yeah, because the drawing, you do the drawing in the painter coordinate system. So this is a horrible cheat, because I implemented my draw rectangle with drawing lines. So the rectangle should refuse to draw centered coordinate systems. It should just only work for pixels. Sorry, for painter. Currently I'm allowed to draw in any coordinate system. That's not good. I think I should just change it. Yes, I am. No, I'm just gonna let's just do it. So in Qt you would use this, which means that at that moment you draw whatever you pass here is in painter coordinates. So it should only accept painter. So now this won't compile anymore because I'm trying to draw it in the centered coordinates. And I have to use arg. The painter, CS painter. Make, yeah, okay, no, parameter declarator cannot be qualified. Oh, right. Yeah, so it says that you cannot pass transform centered something to transform the text painter. Oh, I think those all exist, then. I think this is the only one that doesn't exist. Yep. So let's say I want to have the size still the same, but the only thing that I have is I define the size in the system, or in the centered one for some reason. So you have an object size. Object size is defined. Where is my size? Oh, this size, sorry. I had object size centered to this one. And that is here defined, it is defined from object size pixels. Yeah, I just wanted in pixels to be that size. So then there is absolutely no reason to go past centered. You can just go straight to painter. And then we go from pixels to painter. There's I'm using a size here though. So I did need it. Yeah, I do need it for the translation here. So, okay. Whoa. Something went wrong. One, it's still rotated relative to the painter coordinate system. And two, the size is horribly deformed. Well, I'm not using an asymmetric scaling anywhere. The rotation is the weirdest. So I wrote this type save. So it's not like I should be able to accidentally mess up the coordinate systems. And this thing draws in the painter coordinate system. Period. So how can the coordinate system that it paints, draws, have a different rotation? That is not possible. Yeah, I'm going to bed. It's 2 a.m. Has been 2 a.m. My back hurt like hell. Ik heb het spier verrekt, which I don't know how to say in English. Yeah, whatever. Good night, peoples. I'm going to press my own keyboard shortcut. No, I'm just kidding. I'm going to use my mouse.